check 1 2.
Check 1 2. Yeah, we're good to go. Right on.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR. 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 You're listening to Cougar Basketball on KUGR.
This is a KUGR sports production.
Good pass down low to Erickstrup, and he scores off the glass.
Giving you play-by-play coverage of all your favorite WSU athletics.
He doesn't get it! He's stuffed at the line!
Football, basketball, baseball, hockey, and more.
Absolutely electrifying play from Washington State to get him right back in this game.
Follow us on YouTube at KUGR Sports to listen to every game live.
What a play! What a kill by Brewstad!
Never miss a moment with the best in the West. KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. This is a KUGR sports production,
Good pass down low to Airstrip, and he scores off the glass.
giving you play-by-play coverage of all your favorite WSU athletics,
He doesn't get it! He's stuck at the line!
football, basketball, baseball, hockey, and more.
Absolutely electrifying play from Washington State to get him right back in this game.
Follow us on YouTube at KUGR Sports to listen to every game live.
What a play! What a kill by Brewstad!
Never miss a moment with the best in the West. KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
Gets the Cougs on the board with less than 20 seconds remaining in this first period. Here come the Cougs.
And now, on to the game.
It's a very chilly, but at the moment not rainy Monday afternoon here at Bailey Brayton Field. Cougars conclude the 6-game homestand, their longest of the season, after coming off a 3-game sweep of Gardner-Webb. Today they take on the Portland Pilots, trying to rebound after getting swept up in Spokane by Gonzaga over the past weekend. And hello, everybody. Welcome inside Bailey Brayton Field. Declan Curran alongside Brendan Doumit. And Brendan, what are you looking forward to in this matchup today?
You know, Declan, big game here at West Coast Conference play. Cougs sitting at 7-5, Portland at 6-6. Big game in terms of standings. Portland looking to even it up. WSU looking to take a 2-game advantage over the Pilots. Both teams having pretty decent years thus far. As you mentioned, Cougs coming off of a big series sweep over Gardner-Webb and a huge upset win against Oregon State. They are playing their 6th game in 7 days. That's a lot of baseball games. And Portland, on the other end, just finished a 3-game series against Gonzaga up in Spokane, as you mentioned. Both teams going to be tired today, but both teams need to be mentally locked in and prepared for this game because this is a big game in terms of conference standings.
Yeah, and the one advantage Washington State has is they had an off day yesterday. Portland, meanwhile, they played yesterday. They had to drive down after the game yesterday. So Washington State comes in with one extra day of rest, and they are currently on a 4-game winning streak. And for the first time all year, they're above 500. And if you want to try to make a push to the tournament, this is the time to start winning games. And for Washington State, they'll have a day off after this game, and they'll hit the road. They'll fly to Utah to take on Utah Tech, and then go to Vegas for weekend series against UNLV before they're back home next Tuesday against Gonzaga. And Portland, after this game, they'll finally go home, and they won't have to play till Friday. They play San Francisco over the weekend. The two coaches are getting together at home plate right now. Nathan Choate for the Cougars and Jeff Loomis for the Portland Pilots, with the 4 umpires today. It's going to be Rob Mincher behind the plate, Rob Hansen at first, Steve Hilgendorf at second, Kyle Fecto at third. And Brendan, why don't we go over the starting lineups today?
Let's do it. I'll start us off with the Portland Pilots. Batting first in left field, number 2, Cody Niedowitz. Batting second, the designated hitter, number 44, Trace Swigart. Hitting third today in center field, number 22, Brady Bean. Cleanup, the shortstop, number 19, Cole Katayama Stahl. Hitting fifth, the second baseman, number 14, Jonas Salk. Hitting sixth for the Pilots in right field, number 5, Nolan Miller. At first base, number 25, Leo Cota. Third base, number 32, Dakota Chun, hitting the 8th spot. And rounding out the lineup for the Pilots today, the catcher, number 35, Carter Stewart. On the mound for the Pilots, the left-handed pitcher, the sophomore, with a 5.29 ERA, Aaron Lewis. Declan, why don't you give us the Cougar starters for today?
Yeah, so for the Cougs, coming in with a record of 18-17, Pilots 20-13 on the year. Nathan Choate's going to lead off with Gavin Roy playing second base. Hitting second over at third will be Dane Chavez, starting in place of Oli Obenauer, who hurt his hamstring in Saturday's game against Gardner-Webb, but good sign for the Cougs. He was out pregame taking ground balls over at third, so it doesn't look like it was anything significant. Obenauer should hopefully be back, if not this weekend, by next week. Hitting third, playing center field, is Max Hartman. Hitting fourth in left field is Mason Perello. Dustin Robinson hits fifth. He'll play right field. The captain, Ryan Stronsby, who had a very great weekend against Gardner-Webb last weekend, He hit 6 at first. Hitting 7th, getting his first start of the season, at least here at Bailey Braden Field, is Brock Cross, the DH. Hitting 8th, doing the catching, is Cam McLeod. Hitting 9th, the shortstop, Connor Northrup. And on the mound, looking for a bounce-back outing after getting hit hard against Oregon State in the 18-0 loss, is going to be Brock Blatter, the redshirt junior, coming in with an ERA of 15, 0-1 on the year. 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. Portland going with the purple jerseys today, white letters and numbers with gray pants. And Cougs going with crimson jerseys, crimson hats, white pants. Crimson numbers, or crimson Cougars in white on the front, gray numbers on the front, white numbers in the back. So again, defense for the Cougs. It's Perot in left, Hartman in center, Robinson in right. Infield, Chavez at third, Northrup at short, Roy at second, Stronsby at first, McLeod catching, and Blatter pitching. Brendan, what are you looking for Brock Blatter today?
You know, Declan, as you mentioned, Brock Blatter, a tough start against Oregon State in that 18-0 loss. Really just looking for Blatter to bounce back from that performance. A little bit of a tough season for him. Today's a great opportunity to turn the tide. You know, every day is a new day in baseball, and Brock Blatter has a great opportunity today to turn it around, turn the season around, and put together a good start and continue the momentum that the Cougars have built over this past week or so.
Yeah, I know if you're Nathan Choate, you're looking for hopefully a long outing for Brock Blatter. He's been mostly the weekday starter, whether that's Monday or Tuesday. He hasn't had very long outings. His first outing was against Utah. He only went an inning in that one, so we'll have to see if he'll go more than 2 innings, which I think he had 2 innings last time, which was a season high for him, and we'll see how it goes. But stepping up for Portland is going to be Cody Nidowitz, the left fielder for Portland, leads the team with a 327 average, the redshirt sophomore out of Carlsbad, California. Just about underway here, delayed by an hour due to rain. We were supposed to start 12:05. Looks like we'll be right at 1:05. Nidowitz steps in from the left side. The first pitch on the way. In there for a strike, and we're underway. Blatter getting ahead of the count early. Something, obviously, Coach Tote loves to see. And the 0-1 on the way. Catches the very edge of the zone for strike 2. It's 0-2.
A couple of breaking balls from Blatter to start the game.
Blatter looking to set down the first batter he faces on 3 pitches. 0-2 on the way. Misses down low in the dirt for a ball. Good stop by McLeod. It's 1-2.
Not a bad 0-2 pitch there from Blatter, trying to get Nidowitz to chase early.
Nidowitz has power. He's got 14 RBIs, no homers. Definitely thrown on the bases. 7 for 8 stealing so far this year. So definitely got to keep an eye on if he reaches first. So 1-2. High for a ball. 2-2. And Nidowitz has worked the count even after falling behind 0-2. Blatter coming in with 7 strikeouts, looking for his 8th right here. Here's the 2-2. Misses low for a ball. Full count 3-2. And now Blatter's in danger of walking the leadoff man.
Good piece of hitting here from Nidowitz. Starts down 0-2, works it all the way back, making Blatter really work here at the start of this game.
And the payoff coming from Blatter. Down low, but a late strike 3 call, but it's a called strike 3. Rob Minter apparently calls out on the very bottom part of the zone on what looked to be ball 4. Nidowitz is down looking for the first out.
Curious reaction there from Niedowitz. Looked like he didn't like the call, but he appeared to be walking back to the dugout before home plate umpire Rob Minter even made the call.
So that'll bring up Trey Swigert, the designated hitter, hitting from the left side. First pitch to him, in for a strike, 0-1. Swigert on the air hitting 287, 3 homers, 19 RBIs.
A couple of lefties at the start of Portland's lineup, facing the right-handed Blatter.
Actually, 7 of 9 hitters in Portland's lineup are left-handed hitters, facing the right-hander Blatter. As the 0-1 to Swigert misses for a ball, 1-1. Swigert, the sophomore from Middleton, Idaho. Very light crowd today, but it's more people than there was 40 minutes ago. As the 1-1 is low for a ball, 2-1.
Third baseman Dane Chavez playing on the cut of the grass, trying to take away that bunt from Swigert.
Blatter looks in the 2-1 pitch. Chopper foul behind the plate, 2-2. Looks like that was off of Swigert's foot. He's hobbling a little bit out of the box.
Cougs, a little bit of a shift going here on Swigert. You got Kyler Northrup playing fairly close to the second base bag. Gavin Roy, kind of in shallow right field. And Shawnsby, very close to the first base line. Clearly playing for the pull hitter, Swigert.
Blatter looking for the strikeout. Counts even on Swigert, 2-2. Here's the pitch. Chopper foul over by the Pilots dugout on the first base side. We'll do it again.
A lot of Cougar defenders out there with glasses on top of their hats. Not sure they're going to need them today, Declan.
Yeah, no, I doubt it. With big cloud cover overhead. Here's the 2-2 to Swigert. Chopper foul right over by the Pilots dugout again. Still 2-2 on Swigert, and a good battle being put up here. With Brady Bean, the center fielder, on deck for the Pilots.
Couple early deep counts here from Blatter. Nice to see that he's in the zone, but you wish he'd get some outs on a few less pitches.
Here's the 2-2 again. Swinging a pop-up, shallow on the infield, calling for it to Chavez, the third baseman. He's under it, on top of the mound, dives, and makes the catch. What a play by Dane Chavez. Rob Minter, the home plate umpire, says that Chavez was able to hold on to that, and that's the second out of the inning.
A highlight play for the third baseman Chavez on what should have been a routine pop-up. Wind swirling out here at Bailey Brayton Field. Looked like the ball had some weird spin on it as well. Chavez does end up making the play on top of the pitcher's mound, no less.
Yeah, and luckily for Washington State, Chavez does not get injured on that. And that'll bring up center fielder Brady Bean. The first pitch to him in there for a strike, 0-1. One of 2 right-handed hitters in the lineup today for Portland. The senior out of Kennewick, hitting 268, 5 homers, 21 RBIs. Blatter looking to set down the side in order. Ahead in the count, 0-1 on Bean. Here's the pitch. Chopper foul behind the net over by the Cougars dugout, 0-2.
Blatter really has that curveball working for him here early.
Something that was not working for him against Oregon State a week ago today. Here's the 0-2 to Bean. Swinging a ground ball to second. Roy has it. Throws over to Shawnsby in time for the out, and the inning is over. Pilots go 1-2-3 in the top of the first. No runs, hits, errors. No one left. We go to the bottom of the first. Pilots nothing. Cougars coming up on KUJ, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Pilots did not score in the top of the first. Cougars come to the plate. It'll be Gavin Roy, Dane Chavez, Max Hartman facing the lefty on the mound for the Pilots. Aaron Lewis, the sophomore out of San Francisco, 3.76, 5.29 ERA on the year, 2-1 record, 16 hits, 12 runs, 10 earned, 10 walks, 5 strikeouts. Gavin Roy stands in. The first pitch to him misses for a ball, 1-0.
Roy been very good getting innings started for this Cougar team in the leadoff spot, especially early in ball games. Cougar's been potent on offense in the first inning.
1-0 to Roy in there for a strike, 1-1. Left on right matchup. Roy standing in from the right side against the left-hander Lewis. Portland's also had a couple upset wins this year. Is the 1-1 to Roy. Swinging a fly ball into right field. That's going to get down in front of Miller, the right fielder, for a base hit. Roy rounds first. He'll stop there. Leadoff single for Gavin Roy, and the Cougs have a base runner immediately aboard.
Inside out swing there from Gavin Roy, kind of in on the fist, but Roy showing off that strength. Flips it into right field.
So Gavin Roy coming in, leading the team in average with 376. Gets it up, raises his average after the base hit there. That'll bring up Dane Chavez. Shows bunt, pulls it back or squares, and it's foul. Over by the Cougars dugout, 0-1. Chavez, the freshman out of Kennewick, hitting 207, no homers, 4 RBIs. Mentioned a couple upset wins for the Pilots. They swept Oregon this year, both at home and on the road, and then they also beat Oregon State at home. So 3 ranked wins this year. As the throw to first is not in time. Roy back in, standing up safely.
Cougar base runners are really going to have to be vigilant today with that lefty starter Lewis. Much harder to steal bags against the left-handed pitcher as he's looking right at you.
0-1 to Chavez inside for a ball, 1-1. Chavez still looking for his first collegiate homer.
Today would be a great day for it.
1-1, swinging a fly ball into center field. That's down for a base hit. Rounding second, hitting for third is Gavin Roy. He slides in safely. First and third for the Cougars after 2 base hits. Dane Chavez singles to center field in front of Brady Bean, and Cougars have the go-ahead run 90 feet away for Max Hartman.
Great piece of hitting there from Dane Chavez and a real underrated piece of base running there from Gavin Roy. Great jump on that line drive, able to take an extra 90 feet from the Pilots. Gets himself on third base with nobody out.
And that'll bring up Max Hartman. Shows bunt, pulls back and takes low for a ball, 1-0. Hartman coming in, tied for the national lead in triples with 6. Him and the guy he's tied with will be facing off this weekend as the guy he's tied with plays for UNLV. The 1-0 yanked fair down the line. This will be extra bases. Coming around third, scoring is Roy. Stopping at third is Chavez. RBI double. Max Hartman and the Cougs take a 1-0 lead.
Big swing from Hartman there, attacking early, rips it down the right field line. Cougs on the board first. 1-0 lead.
It's RBI number 21 on the season for Hartman. And that'll bring up Mason Perello, the freshman from Sammamish. So giving RBI to Max Hartman. Great start for the Cougs so far. And now you have runners on the corners again. First pitch to Perello misses for a ball, 1-0. And Aaron Lewis is struggling early on here for the Pilots.
Can't dream of a better start here for the Cougs offense.
1-0, swinging a fly ball into center. Underneath it is Bean. Overruns it. It's over his head. Coming in from third is Chavez. Hartman being waved around third. He's going to score. Standing up at second easily is Mason Perello on a misplay by the center fielder Brady Bean. Overran that one, and it's 3-0 Cougars here in the bottom of the first.
And Declan, that's a great example of this Pullman wind blowing out to right center today. Bean not accounting for it, and he gets burnt.
Yeah, he was completely fooled by that one. Looked like he had an easy play on that one, but with Hartman's speed, there was no way they were going to stop him at third, and that So 3-0 Cougs, and that'll bring up Dustin Robinson, who had a home run off the scoreboard in left field on Thursday against Gardner Webb, and he takes a big hack and swings right through it and misses. 0-1 on Robinson. Redshirt sophomore from Brea, California, 232, 2 homers, 19 RBIs on the season. So 3 early runs for Washington State here in the bottom of the first. 0-1 to Robinson, swung on foul down the left field line. 0-2. And still nobody out here for Washington State in the bottom of the first. Cougars looking to add on to their 3-0 lead. Lewis checks second. Here's the 0-2 to Robinson, swinging a fly ball into left field. This one is going to stay fair. Going out as a shortstop. Kadayama Stahl, he makes the leaping catch for the first out of the inning. Staying at second is, or going to second is Perello. Actually, staying at second, I think that was an RBI double, but Portland finally gets an out, and that'll bring up Ryan Shawnsby, the captain for Washington State.
Shawnsby's been real hot as of late. Looking to continue that success.
Takes the first pitch he sees here, down the middle for a strike, 0-1. Shawnsby hitting .311, 4 homers, 29 RBIs on the year. So back-to-back RBI doubles. They gave Hartman a double, and they gave Perello a double. So back-to-back RBI doubles here for Washington State at the bottom of the first. And 0-1 to Shawnsby is in there for a strike, 0-2 early. Looking for his first strikeout on the day is Lewis. Currently 15 strikeouts on the season. Looking for number 16 here. Heading the count on Shawnsby, 0-2. Check second. Here's the pitch. Inside, and that hits Shawnsby. So first and second with 1 out for Brock Cross, getting his first plate appearance here at Bailey Braden Field this year.
Bad 0-2 mistake there from Lewis. Shawnsby down 0-2, and you dot him with a fastball up and in. You can't do it, especially when you're already in trouble.
Brock Cross hitting 200 on the year, still looking for his first RBI of the season. Only 1 hit, not much playing time. Lewis checks second. First pitch to Cross. Catches the inside part of the zone for a strike, 0-1. Base hit will drive home Cross's first collegiate RBI, the freshman from Lake Havasu, Arizona. Lewis checks second, the 0-1 home. Inside corner, same spot as the first one. Strike 2, 0-2 on Cross.
All these Cougar hitters love to crowd the plate on the inside part of that fake chalk line of the batter's box. Lewis dots up 2 inside pitches early.
This one's outside. It's 1-2 on Cross. 7th man to the plate here for Washington State in the first inning. 3-0 Cougars. 4 base hits in the inning. 2 singles, followed by back-to-back doubles before Portland finally gets an out. 1-2 home to Cross. Just misses. It looks like a little inside. Counts even now on Cross, 2-2.
Lewis trying to paint that curveball in that outside corner. Can't get it to land.
Lewis checks second, the 2-2 home. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Cross swings right through that one for the second out of the inning, and that'll bring up Cam McLeod, the catcher for the Cougs.
And Declan, here's a guy you really are rooting for at the plate today.
Yes, 154 on the year, 2 homers, 5 RBIs. The junior out of Vancouver, British Columbia. First pitch to McLeod, swinging a line drive into right field for a base hit. Getting the wave home is Perello. He's going to score standing up. Into third is Ryan Shawnsby. And right on cue, Brendan, there's a base hit for Cam McLeod and an RBI, and it's 4-0 Cougars here in the bottom of the first.
Exactly what you want to see from Cam McLeod. Doing it on both sides of the ball, known for his defense, but if he can get hot with the bat, He's a very great player.
And that'll bring up the 9th man to the plate here in the first inning for the Cougs, the shortstop, Kyra Northrup. First pitch to him, misses low for a ball, 1-0. And all of a sudden, the sun's starting to peek through just a little bit here in Pullman. A lot of rain in the forecast this week.
It's the announcer's jinx, Declan. I was talking about the glasses last half inning, and now here we are with some sunlight.
And the 1-0 swings right through it. Swinging right through it is Northrup. It's 1-1. 2 outs here in the first inning. On deck is the leadoff man, Gavin Roy. The 1-1 to Northrup catches the bottom part of the zone for a strike, 1-2.
Worth noting the Cougs have batted all the way through the order in this first inning.
And the 1-2 swing and a fly ball into center. Bean coming on underneath it, makes the catch, and that'll retire the side. Not before Washington State explodes in the first. They pick up 4 runs, 5 hits. There were no errors, and they leave 2 runners left on base. We go to the second inning at Bailey Brain Field. Cougars 4, Pilots nothing on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the second inning at Bailey Brain Field. Cougars have a big first inning explode for 5 hits, get 4 runs, and lead University of Portland 4-0. It'll be 4-5-6 for Portland after Brock Blatter sets down the side in order. Cole Katayama Stahl, the shortstop for the Pilots, to lead things off. Left-handed hitter, hitting .308 on the year, 9 homers, 28 RBIs. First pitch from Vlader. Inside corner, strike 1, 0-1. Katayama Stahl, the sophomore from Portland.
And if there's anybody the Pilots want up to start a rally, it's Cole Katayama Stahl. Easily their best hitter on the team this year.
Down the count, 0-1. Here's the pitch. Outside for a ball. Counts even, 1-1.
9 homers for Katayama Stahl this year. Deep ball threat.
He's 9 for 11 on stolen base attempts, so definitely a threat on the bases as well. 1-1 home. Low for a ball. 2-1.
Good spot there by Blatter. Didn't miss by much.
Katayama Stahl gets back in the batter's box from the left side. And the 2-1 home. Low for a ball, 3-1. About the same spot as the last one.
Wind really starting to pick up out there. American flag whipping out in right center.
3-1 is check swing, and it's high for ball 4. So 4 straight pitches out of the zone by Brock Blatter. It's a leadoff walk. Katayama Stahl on it first. That'll bring up the second baseman, Jonas Salk, the only other right-handed hitter in the Pilots lineup today. Salk hitting .229, 6 homers, 29 RBIs. The senior from Fairfax, California. First pitch to him. Chopper to short. Northrop has it on to Roy for one. Over to Shawnsby for in time for two. It's a 6-4-3 double play. And just like that, the leadoff runner is erased, and there are two quick outs here for the Cougars in the top of the second.
Spark quickly snuffed out there for the Pilots. Great turn by the Cougar middles. Nice pick by Shawnsby.
So 2 outs now, and that'll bring up right fielder Nolan Miller, the sophomore from Eugene, hitting .247, 2 homers, 19 RBIs on the year. Blatter looking to retire the side despite the leadoff walk, and the first pitch to Miller's in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Blatter gets the sign, and the 0-1. Low for a ball. Counts even 1-1. Pilots looking for their first hit of this game. Blatter just looking to get the out here. A 1-1 home. Liner into left field for a base hit. There's the first hit of the game for the Pilots. Soft single into left field for Nolan Miller. And the Pilots get a base runner back aboard. 2 out single for Nolan Miller, and that'll bring up Leo Cody, the first baseman.
Good piece of hitting there for Miller. A lot of these guys nowadays, especially at the upper levels, really just looking to pull the ball all the time. Miller showing that he can go the other way there.
Cody stands in. First pitch to him misses for a ball, 1-0. Cody, the redshirt freshman from Montreal, hitting .230 on the year, 3 homers, 14 RBIs. Miller, only one stolen base on the year. He's at first. 1 for 1 on the year. Check swing. It does not go, says Kyle Fecto down at third. And the pitch was in the dirt, but stopped by McLeod. So Miller stays at first, and the count's 2-0 on Leo Cody. All of a sudden, Blatter's struggling to find the strike zone here with 2 outs in the second. And the 2-0 home. Swing and a miss for strike one on a big swing by Cody. It's 2-1. He was looking for his 4th home run of the season right there. And the 2-1. Line into right field. Underneath it is Robinson. He makes the catch, and that's the 3rd out of the inning. Pilots get no runs, no hits, no errors, and they leave a man left stranded at first base. We go to the bottom of the second. Cougars lead the Pilots 4-0 on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the bottom of the second inning. 4-0. Washington State leads Portland here at Billy Braden Field. It'll be the top of the order again in the second. Gavin Roy, Dane Chavez, Max Hartman to face Aaron Lewis, who needed 26 pitches to get 3 outs after the Cougs lit him up in the first inning. Gavin Roy singled on a 1-1 count back in the first inning. First pitch to him in the second, misses low for a ball, 1-0.
And 5 hits from the Cougar offense in that first inning.
Certainly would like a couple more hits here in the second. 1-0 count on Gavin Roy. The pitch swung on, fly ball in the right field. That's going to be foul over by the indoor batting cages now to play. Counts even 1-1. Roy now at 381 after coming in at 376. 1-1 to Roy, way high for a ball. 2-1. The count on Gavin Roy. Gavin Roy looking for his second hit of the game when we're only in the second inning. Here's the 2-1. Line behind the plate, up by our booth, and that takes a big bounce over by the indoor batting cages. Counts even 2-2 on Gavin Roy. Senior out of Sudbury, Ontario. Lewis looking for his first strikeout of the day. Here's the 2-2. In there, catches the bottom part of the zone for strike 3. First strikeout of the day for Lewis, and Roy is retired, and there's 1 out in the bottom of the second. That'll bring up Dane Chavez now for his second plate appearance today. The Cougars' third baseman, freshman from Kennewick. Average now up to 220. Here's the first pitch. In there for a strike, 0-1. All of a sudden, Lewis pumping in strikes now.
Lewis looping that curveball in there to these left-handed hitters today.
Here's the 0-1. In there for a strike. 0-2. Catches the inside corner of the zone that time. Lewis looking for back-to-back strikeouts here to start the second inning. 0-2 home. Misses outside for a ball, 1-2. Great stop by the catcher, Carter Stewart. No damage done with nobody on.
I like the pitch selection there from Lewis, trying to go with that slider down and away, darting away from the left-handed hitter.
Here's the 1-2 to Chavez. Check swing. That's going to be fair. Up with the ball is the third baseman, Chun. Throws to first in time for the out, and there's 2 away. A little excuse me swing there from Chavez. A little check swing, excuse me, swing. So that'll bring up Max Hartman with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Hartman looking for his second hit of the day. Cougars had 6 of 9 hitters get a base hit back in the first inning, and the first pitch to Hartman here in the second is low for a ball, 1-0. Hartman looking to retake the national lead in triples. It's the 1-0. Just misses, low for a ball, 2-0 on Hartman. And if you're Portland, this is not the guy you want on base. Hartman, 12 for 13 and stolen base attempts so far on the season. 2 out of him. Inside, almost hits him, and it's now 3-0 on Hartman. On deck is Mason Perrello if Max Hartman can reach for the Cougars. Here's the 3-0. Inside, ball 4. 4-pitch walk to Max Hartman, and there's a runner aboard for Mason Perrello. So Perrello steps back up. He doubled his first time up and drove in 2 of the Cougars' 4 runs in the first.
That was that ball that Bean kind of misplayed out in right center.
Before the first pitch is thrown to him, we have a toss over to first. Back and standing up is Hartman. We'll see if Perrello fools Bean this time around. First pitch home. Catches the bottom of the zone for a strike, 0-1.
Bean playing much deeper out there in center field than he was in the first inning.
It's 400 feet out there in center. Very difficult to rob a homer out in center field. 0-1 count on Perello. Now toss over to first. Back and standing up is Max Hartman. Perello looking to drive the ball opposite field, possibly into left field. Right field might be the spot to hit it with the wind. And now another toss over to first. Back and standing up again is Max Hartman. And they're playing Why You So Obsessed With Me over the loudspeakers. Oh, 1 count on Perello. Another toss over to first base. Back and standing up is Hartman. And like I mentioned, Hartman 12 for 13 on stolen bases this year. So Pilot's obviously very concerned with Hartman over there at first. Here's 0-1 to Perello. In there for a strike, 0-2. And now Lewis is a strike away from getting out of this inning with no damage done. Another toss over to first. Hartman back in, standing up safely. 5th pickoff attempt of this plate appearance, which obviously would not be allowed at the major league level. Hartman would already be over at third by now. Here's the 0-2. Liner into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Hartman round second, heading for third. He'll be held there. Diving in at second base is Perello. Ball gets away, and coming home to score, sliding in, hand first, is Max Hartman on what I would assume would be an error on the shortstop for not feeling the ball cleanly. But it's another run for the Cougars, and it's 5-0 Washington State here in the second inning.
My guess is that's going to be a throwing error by the right fielder. Short hopped his shortstop, but cardinal sin in the baseball world. Can't short hop your infielders.
And they have just wrote an error on that one.
Cougs make him pay.
We'll have to see who it's an error on, but my guess is it's a single and an error that allows Perello to get to second. As now that'll bring up Dustin Robinson, and first pitch to him is down low for a ball, 1-0. So it's a single and an error that allows Perello to get to second and Hartman to score.
And they do charge the right fielder Nolan Miller with the error.
Yes, it is a throwing error. So it's a single and an E9. And the 1-0 home to Robinson is low catches the bottom part of the zone for a strike, 1-1. Next pitch, low for a ball, 2-1. Good stop by Stewart behind the plate. I don't believe they're going to charge an RBI on that one to Perello. As the 2-1 home to Robinson. Low for a ball, 3-1. On deck is the captain, Ryan Shawnsby. Robinson looking to blow it open here with the runner in scoring position and 2 outs and a 3-1 count. And here's the pitch. Swing and a miss at a pitch in the dirt for strike 2, full count, 3-2. And they did not award an RBI to Perello on that one, as I didn't think they would. It was an error that allowed Hartman to get home as the payoff is swung on, hit foul on top of the concession stands. That's going into the parking lot, still full on Robinson. Robinson looking to do damage once again for the Cougars. Next RBI will put him at 20 RBIs on the season. The payoff. Grounded right to the pitcher, Lewis. Throws to first in time for the out, and the inning is over. But the Cougs get 1 run on 1 hit. There was an error and 1 runner left on base. We go to the 3rd inning. Washington State 5, Portland 0 on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the third at Bailey Brain Field. 5-0. Washington State leads. Brock Blatter back out there on the mound for a third inning of work, facing 8-9-1. And to tell you about it, here's Brendan Doumit.
Thank you, Declan. Top of the third here, as Declan mentioned, a 5-0 ball game. Cougars lead after a 4-run first on 5 hits. And Brock Blatter retakes the mound after 2 scoreless. First pitches a ball up to the third baseman, Dakota Chun, leading off the inning for the Pilots, the left-handed hitter.
Freshman from Honolulu.
Blatter fires. Tries to catch the breaking ball in the outside corner. Doesn't get it. 2-0. Good hold from Chun.
Chun, 250, 1 homer, 16 RBIs on the year. Has not attempted a stolen base yet this year.
Blatter working out of the windup, fires, and that one misses up. Makes it 3-0.
Yeah, this is kind of what we saw from Blatter against Oregon State, struggling to find the strike zone. And Portland's not Oregon State, but these 3-0 counts can really hurt you, and Oregon State knows how to capitalize on those.
Blatter fires, and that one's in there for strike 1. Blatter, 2 innings of scoreless work, but he's had to work a little bit to get there.
Yeah, only 1 strikeout on the day would be, if you can come back and strike out Chun, this would be a great start for Washington State here in the third.
And that one's a chopper. Roy charging from second. Throws on the run. Got him in time. Great play by Gavin Roy.
Yeah, Roy had to hustle to make that play, but he never stopped and tracked that ball the whole way. And it was a little bit of a tough play, but Gavin Roy has speed all aspects of the field, offense and defense, and he was able to get that throw over to Shawnsby just in time. And Shawnsby, with his athleticism, able to keep his foot on the bag in time for the out.
Chun, not the greatest jump out of the box. Looks like he didn't know if it was fair or foul. Gavin Roy with a great play on the run. Get the first out of the inning. As Blatter misses up again for ball 1. To the catcher, Carter Stewart, his first plate appearance of the day.
The hometown kid, the freshman from Portland.
Swings through a fastball for strike 1. Evens the count.
Yeah, he was looking for a second home run on that swing. Came up hacking came up empty on that one. Looked like he swung a little bit early on that one.
As Stewart fires a chopper over to the first baseman, Shawnsby, who takes it himself, beats Stewart to the bag for out number 2.
And great job by Blatter getting over there just in case Stewart was hustling down the line, but Stewart was hustling down the line, but wasn't wasn't quite fast enough to beat Shawnsby, and he was able to take it to the bag himself. And now Blatter looking for his second 1-2-3 inning of the day.
So 2 batters, 2 groundouts for Blatter. As he looks in on the leadoff man for Portland. And that's a chopper. Blatter with the great play. Takes it himself. Dives, flips around, and puts his glove on the bag. Great athletic play there from Blatter.
And
Very unconventional out there. Blatter takes it himself, chopper towards first. Almost looks like he slips on the wet turf, but spins around. Great body control there. Gets his glove on the bag and beats the leadoff man, Niedowitz, to the bag for the third out of the inning.
Yeah, definitely. Who says pitchers aren't athletes? Blatter just proved that there. That was kind of like the play that Shawnsby took, although more impressive. And it looked like he was going to hand it off to Shawnsby, but Blatter decided to show off his athleticism. And yeah, like you said, he slipped. So I thought he was going to get hurt, but great play there by Blatter.
So Brock Blatter doing it himself. A 1-2-3 inning for the Cougs as they look to capitalize on their 5-0 lead here in the bottom of the third. You're listening to KUGR Sports Radio, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Welcome back to KUGR. If you're just joining us, a 5-0 ball game in favor of the home team, the Washington State Cougars, riding a 4-game win streak coming into this one. Ryan Shawnsby steps to the plate to lead off the bottom of the third. Good start from Brock Blatter, scoreless through 3 innings, with a nice defensive play of his own at the end of the top of the third. Shawnsby squares around a bunt with a 1-0 count. That ball misses outside. Aaron Lewis still working for the Pilots. Started this game for him. 5 runs given up on 4 earned and 6 hits.
Yeah, 48 pitches through 2 innings. Cougs that definitely worked his pitch count.
Shawnsby skies one to right field. That one's going to be foul. Fires it into the Portland bullpen. Portland bullpen active. A lot of pitching staff members down there.
Yeah, no one's actually up and throwing at the moment, but that one had a home run distance from Shawnsby, but yanked it the wrong direction.
Looked like that one might have just been off the end of the bat. The 2-1, Shawnsby holds on the curveball that missed outside. Hitters count to the big man. Lewis looks in, delivers. And that ball crushed by Shawnsby down the right field line, and he's looking for 2. Shawnsby hustling around first and stands up into second with a leadoff double. Another great swing from the first baseman.
Yeah, there was no chance of getting him on that one. The first baseman, Cody, leapt to, made a leap to try to make an impressive leaping catch, but it went over his head. And with Shawnsby's speed, he was easily able to get into second base after Miller, the right fielder, had to play that off the wall. It kind of rolled, and then at the last second, the fly ball, and then it took a hop off the wall over by the foul pole in right field, and Shawnsby is in there easily with a double.
So Shawnsby capitalizes on the hitter's count, which brings up the DH, Brock Cross, who looks at ball 1 up.
And this would be a good time for his first RBI. Just needs a base hit up the middle with Shawnsby's speed at second.
Cross rocking the yellow bat today. Swings through strike 1. Fastball on the outside corner.
Yeah, Cross actually came on in a relief appearance against Oregon State when the Cougs were down 18-0.
Not a whole lot of work for the freshman this season. Just 1 for 5. 6 games played.
1 on the mound. With Oregon State winning that game 18-0, they really worked Washington State pitching staff. The Cougs were out of pitchers, and so they brought in Cross to pitch as a position player.
4th pitch of the at-bat comes in on the inside corner for strike 2. Previous pitch was up and away, so 2-2 to Cross. Shawnsby still on second base. The delivery from Lewis. Curveball just misses down and away to make it a full count to Brock Cross.
Yeah, it looks like that one just missed. Rob Venture's been calling out the first 2 innings. Looks like that one. If that was a little bit higher, he probably would have called that.
The payoff pitch to Cross is low, and a second Cougar gets on base to start the inning. First and second for the catcher, Cam McLeod, who had an RBI single in the first inning.
Yeah, great to see there for McLeod back in the first. Just got a single when we were hoping he would, and wasn't RBI because Shawnsby was held at third, but nonetheless, great for Cam McLeod to finally get something to go his way after all the struggles he's had throughout the season, as has been the case with all the Washington State catchers this season.
Portland decides it's a good time for a mound visit, going to check on Lewis, who's once again struggling here in the third.
And they're getting somebody up and throwing. That hasn't started throwing up on the mound yet, but they did just have somebody start throwing warm-up tosses.
So the catcher McLeod steps in with no outs and 2 runners on, squares around to bunt, and a great bunt down the third baseline. Chun throws on the run. Nice play there from him, able to get the runner McLeod at first, but a great bunt to advance the runners. Second and third with one out.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised that Chun, the third baseman, picked that one up. I thought he would let that one go just to see if it rolled foul, but Chun thought he would have a play on it, and he did. And great piece of hitting there by McLeod. This is why the Cougs lay down so many runs. They try to execute on plays like this, and now it's 200 in scoring position.
Coach Nathan Choate sticking to his fall ball approach, or not fall ball, small ball. My apologies, small ball approach. As Kyler Northrup lines one foul down the left field line.
Yeah, that was just barely foul. That one, yeah, that was just barely foul. If he would have hit that over to the left side more, that would have been fair and 2 more runs. But that one was just barely foul.
So 0-1 to Northrup as he fouls another ball off. This one down the first base side.
No homers on the year. This would be a great time for his first, and this would be if he were to do that, this game would be blown wide open, and we could see a possible early termination here.
So an 0-2 count. Northrup skies one into center field. That's going to be good enough to score Shawnsby as they try to get the backside runner to no avail.
Yeah,
sack fly for Kyler Northrup on an 0-2 count.
Yeah, Shawnsby was they weren't even trying to throw out Shawnsby. Shawnsby went in standing up, and yeah, Cross slid into third. He slid in. He made a head first slide, so that can be dangerous. But Cross was able to get in there safely, and now base hit by Gavin Roy can score another run here.
That wind once again playing a factor there. Northrup didn't look like he got much on that at all, but that ball was skied out to center field. And Gavin Roy gets hit on the first pitch of the at-bat. So now runners on the corners coming up for Dane Chavez, the third baseman today.
Yeah, Aaron Lewis really struggling here through 2 2/3, and but Jeff Loomis is going to stick with him for now, and looks like the reliever that was throwing has just now gotten up on the mound and actually started throwing on the mound.
First pitch to Chavez is outside for ball one.
I think Loomis is leaving him in to see if he can get Chavez. If he doesn't get Chavez, this will probably be the end of his day.
As we mentioned, both teams deep into series here on this Monday. A lot of games played. Not a whole lot of pitching available. So they're trying to get as much out of Lewis as they can as he evens the count up to 1-1. Delivery down on the breaking ball. Good hold there from Chavez. 2-1 count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning. Cougs have scored in every frame thus far. 4 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third. Leading 6-0 on 7 hits. As Lewis fires that one in there for strike 2.
Yeah, if you're Lewis, you'd be fortunate to get out of this inning with only one with only giving up that one run after nothing has really been going. After he hasn't had the best day on the mound today.
The 2-2 down and away. So Chavez works it to a full count. Runner's going to be on the move here. Or runner, I should say. Gavin Roy will be taken off from first on the pitch. Off he goes as Chavez fires one into center field. Bean coming in and makes the play on the run to end the inning for the Cougars. But another run for the Cougs on a sac fly by Cam McLeod. Or Kyler Northrup, I'm sorry. So the Cougs lead 6-0. Heading into the top of the fourth, Portland looking to make a comeback as Blatter retakes the mound. This is KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Welcome back to Bailey Brayton Field. I'm Brendan Doumit here with Declan Curran, here with you for the top of the fourth inning. My apologies. As Trace Swigart looks to get things going offensively for the Portland Pilots, down 6 runs here early in this ball game. As Brock Blatter, the starter, retakes the mound for the Cougs. Just one hit for the Pilots thus far. A single to left by Nolan Miller, the right fielder, in the second inning. Swigart takes ball 1 down. Blatter fires. Swigart swings through strike 1.
Yeah, that was a big swing there by Swigart. That one almost took his helmet off. He was looking for his 4th home run of the season there. Came up empty, big time.
Curveball in from Blatter. That one misses down. 2-1 to Swigart. Blatter, a guy you're rooting for.
Yes,
Missed last season with an injury, had to redshirt after transferring to Washington State from USC. Was previously at Alabama before that. And in his return from injury, he's had somewhat of a struggle to start the year. 15 ERA coming into this game, but he has shrunk that massively.
yeah, it's too bad. It's too bad Blatter didn't get any appearances in the opening series because the Cougs were at Alabama. They ended up winning the first game.
The 2-2 to Swigart, and he swings through strike 3, tips it into McLeod's mitt, and that's going to be the first out of the inning.
Second strikeout of the day for Blatter. That's strikeout number 9 for him. Next one will finally get him in the double digits. That one was Swigart came up empty on that one, swung. That was kind of a typical Mariners swing on the way they strike out. But Swigart was looking for the fences on that one, came up empty again.
Declan throwing shots at the Mariners early here. So up comes the 3-hole hitter for the Pilots, Brady Bean, the center fielder.
Since I mentioned the Mariners, I guess we can say they're up 5-0. It's the Josh Naylor show. It's Josh Naylor 5, Houston 0. 3-run homer and 2-run homer today for Naylor. Mariners looking for the 4-game sweep.
A lot of Canadians on this Cougar baseball team. I'm sure they're going to be excited to hear that. Bean swings through strike 2.
Especially Gavin Roy being from Ontario, which is the same province as Josh Naylor.
0-2 count to the right-hander Bean from the right-hander Blatter on the mound. Slider misses down and away. Good 0-2 pitch there. Bean not fooled. Good batter's eye from him. So it's a 1-2 with 1 out in the 4th. Cougs lead 6-0. Pilots looking to get on the board. As Blatter fires a 1-2. Bean grounds it over to Roy. Routine play. Shuffle. Fires it over to Shonsby for out number 2.
And Bean has had the lucky fortune of hitting it to Gavin Roy twice today. Got it out to him both times today. So I'm sure the next time he comes up, he'll have a goal in mind of not hitting it to Gavin Roy because he's thrown him out easily 2 times now today.
Gavin Roy, not a guy you want to hit it to on the Cougar defense. Very sure-handed utility infielder. Usually plays shortstop, but with the injury to third baseman Ollie Obenor, moves over to second. First pitch to Cole Kadiyama. Stahl is fouled off to the first base side. As we mentioned, Obenor injured. You got Kyler Northrop at shortstop, which shifts the third baseman Dane Chavez over to third.
Northrop actually played all 3 of the Gardner Webb games at short as well. So Cougs have 2 shortstops on the infield.
Definitely nice for the Cougars to have guys who can play everywhere. Most teams would love to have guys like that. So quick 0-2 count for Blatter, who's already gotten 2 quick outs to start the inning. Kadiyama Stahl looking to get a 2-out rally going for the Pilots. 0-2 misses down. Blatter working quickly after the first couple of innings of having to work a little harder. 29 pitches through the first 2. That number has gone down significantly here in these last 2 innings.
Looking for his 10th strikeout on the season right here.
Blatter fires. Curveball. Cougars liked it. Home plate umpire Rob Minter did not. That'll even it up at 2-2.
Yeah, and you could have checked down with Kyle Fecto down there at third base with a 4-man crew. You have the ability to check down there, and I mean you could have checked down there, but to me it looked like Katayama's stall held up in time.
2-2 delivery. Fouled off by the dangerous cleanup hitter Katayama Stahl.
Dangerous is correct. He's second on the team in average. Was it 308, and that's what he's currently at right now. Since he walked the first time, average doesn't count against you, so he's still hitting 308. Second on the team behind the leadoff man, Cody Nidowitz, with an OPS of 1065. So Cougs would like to keep him off the base pass.
Blatter battling 2-2. Breaking ball misses down. Katayama Stahl lays off. And we've got ourselves a full count with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. Cougars trying to get through their 4th frame of shutout baseball. The 3-2, and that ball misses down and away. Another breaking ball from Blatter as Katayama Stahl walks for his 2nd time today. And so now we get the second baseman, Jonas Salk.
And that'll prompt a visit from Nathan Choate. This is probably just a regular mound visit again. Choate is the pitching coach along with being the head coach, so you never know if he's going to make the call. But I think this one's just a regular mound visit just to get Brock Blatter right here and to calm him down and make sure that this doesn't result in any trouble. And yeah, that was a quick mound visit, if anything. Choate's heading back to the dugout already.
And Declan, in my experience with mound visits like that, that's just a quick, hey, dude, stop playing with your food. Go get him right away. Don't need to mess around here.
Yeah. I mean,
Blatter delivers his 2nd walk to Katayama Stahl, 2nd walk of the game.
I mean, with the Cougs up 6-0, it'll still be a while before the Pilots get the tying run to the plate.
Runner on the move. That ball's down. McLeod doesn't field it cleanly, and Katayama Stahl has himself a swiped bag.
Yeah, I think if McLeod fielded that cleanly, there was a chance that they could have got Katayama Stahl. That's Katayama Stahl now 10 for 12 in stolen base attempts. Could have been 9 for 12 had McLeod fielded that cleanly.
So Portland threatening here with 2 outs. Man in scoring position for the second baseman, Salk, who grounded into a 6-4-3 double play back in the 2nd.
Very impressive double play if that too. Shawnsby with his athleticism.
Deep lead for Katayama Stahl down at second base. Salk just gets out of the way of that one. Almost hit him inside 2-0.
I thought it did hit him based off his reaction, but it looks like his reaction was just because he was backing out of the way from that one.
Activity going on down in the Cougar bullpen. As Blatter looking to finish his 4th inning, gets Salk to swing through that one. Makes it 2-1.
Yeah, it's Tabor Fast, the lefty, warming up for Washington State down in the bullpen. The Texas Tech transfer.
And pitching has been the story for the Cougars over their past 4 games. Only allowed 9 runs in 3 games to Gardner Webb over the weekend. And only gave up 6 to a potent Oregon State offense in that 7-6 victory last Tuesday here at Bailey Brayton. Pitching staff finally starting to get some things figured out.
Yeah, Luke Myers had a good outing on Sunday after giving up the 3-run homer in the first. Held Gardner Webb scoreless after that. Or check that, Saturday.
2-2 delivery to Salk is inside. Another full count for Blatter. We'll see if he can finish this one off. 2:10 p.m. here at Bailey Brayton Field. Just about an hour into this game after it was supposed to be a noon first pitch. Got pushed back an hour. As Salk swings through strike 3 on the breaking ball, Blatter gets his 4th. So no runs for the Pilots again on no hits. 1 left on base. And the Cougs head into the bottom of the fourth, up 6-0. This is KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Welcome back to KUGR as we get going here with the bottom of the fourth inning. Cougars lead 6-0. 4 runs in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third. And they've blanked the Pilots in all 4 frames on defense. And up comes the man, Max Hartman, leading off this fourth inning. New man on the mound for the Portland Pilots. You got number 18, Morgan Codron. Some good stats from Codron this season as he fires ball 1 to Hartman. 5 appearances for Codron, the senior. Most recently against Seattle U on April 4th, where he fired 2 innings, 4 strikeouts, only 1 walk, no runs allowed.
Yeah,
1.8 ERA for Codron. Very good season for him.
Yeah, previous pitch to Hartman was a check swing, and Kyle Fechtel said that he did go.
Another ball delivered from Codron, so it's 2-1 to Max Hartman.
Final one on Aaron Lewis today. 3 innings, 7 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, 71 pitches, 42 strikes.
Hartman fires one deep into right center field, and that one's a no-doubter. Max Hartman absolutely crushes one to right center field to start off the fourth inning, and that one went over the tree line, Declan.
Yeah, it was. Hartman with his power, not known for his long ball power. It's mainly triples, but that's only his 3rd home run of the season, and this one is getting close to early termination. Cougs only need 3 runs to get there, but Hartman got pitched to his liking, and he's halfway through the cycle now. He's got the double and he's got the homer, so he needs the single and the triple, and he's got plenty of innings to do it.
That ball may be a little wind-aided, but that ball would have been out regardless. With the wind, that thing was over the tree line out in right center field. An absolute moonshot for Max Hartman to lead off the fourth. And up comes the cleanup man, Mason Perello, who's got 2 doubles of his own on the day.
Yeah, I think with or without the wind, that would have had enough carry to get out, especially with the power that Max Hartman has.
Codron paints the outside corner, makes it a 2-1 count to Perello. So we mentioned Codron, who's been very effective all year long. Faces 1 hitter, he's got 1 run on the board. Perello fouls off that breaker, make it 2-2.
Yeah, so now the Cougs with 3 home runs on this homestand. Dustin Robinson with 1, Trevor Smith with 1, and now Max Hartman with 1 after not having homers since the Grand Canyon series to open the season.
Pitch from Cadron. Fouled off and caught by the catcher. Perello strikes out swinging for the first out of the inning. Another strikeout goes on to Cadron's stats as Dustin Robinson arrives at the plate.
Yeah, they still have the starter Lewis up on the scoreboard. They haven't updated. They haven't changed it to number 18 yet.
And Declan, as you mentioned, Dustin Robinson firing off a homer earlier this week.
Yeah, the two of the homers that the Cougs hit actually came back onto the field. Robinson's hit off the scoreboard, and then Smith on Saturday, his hit off the light standard in left field, came back onto the field.
And Robinson launches one into right field. Right fielder Nolan Miller camped underneath that one, just at the edge of the warning track. That's going to be out number 2. Robinson just misses that one.
Yeah, just got under that one. Not sure if the wind was blowing on that one, but yeah, just missed on that one.
And Declan, you mentioned those first 2 home runs coming back onto the field. I don't know if anybody is finding Max Hartman's home run ball. That ball is almost on the tennis courts that are about 500 yards away out in right center field.
Yeah, there was no shot of that one coming back onto the field. They're probably still looking for it.
So up comes the first baseman, Shonsby, who swings through strike 1. Flails at the 0-1 pitch, chops it at the first base side. First baseman easily handles it and flips it over to Cadron for out number 3. So quick work for Cadron after he gets those early inning jitters out to Max Hartman. But the Cougs get another, adding on to their lead. 7-0. 8 hits for the Cougs on 7 runs as they lead heading into the top half of the 5th inning. This is KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Bailey Brayton Field for this Mountain West Conference matchup between
Non-conference.
the WSU Cougars and the Portland Pilots. I'm Brendan Doumit, here at the top of the 5th, handing it off to my partner, Declan Curran.
Yeah, thanks, Brendan. New pitcher on for the Cougs. It's the lefty, Tabor Fast. Faces Nolan Miller to lead off the 5th, and he swings to the first pitch and misses 0-1. Final line on Brock Blatter after the 0-1 pitch coming to Miller, which is low for a ball. 1-1 in the dirt, blocked by McLeod. Final line on Brock Blatter today: 4 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Lowers the ERA to 9. Blatter 14.34 ERA on the season, 3 strikeouts, 12 walks. Had a rough start to the year. looking for a bounce back outing today. Here's the 1-1 low for a ball, 2-1. Fast, the redshirt junior from Chehalis, transferred in from Texas Tech in the offseason. Also plays outfield, but is mainly a pitcher. It's the 1-1 to Miller, or 2-1 to Miller, misses for a ball, 3-1. Fast in danger of walking the leadoff batter to start the fifth here. And the 3-1. Catches the bottom part of the zone for a strike. Full count, 3-2. Fast looking for strikeout number 4 on the season, number 1 on the day. After Brock Blatter had a new season high in innings pitched with 4. Here's the payoff. About the same spot as the last one, except this one misses for ball 4. Leadoff walk to Nolan Miller, and that'll bring up Leo Cody. Miller aboard for the second time today, singled back in the second. Cody lined out to the right fielder Robinson back in the second. He's 0 for 1. Left-handed hitter against the left-on-left matchup here. First pitch. In there for a strike, 0-1.
Declan, let me tell you how excited I am for this Pac-12 to come back, because for these first 4 innings, I was under the impression that this was a conference game due to the fact that I just watched WSU basketball play Portland all winter long. And now here we are, and the Cougars are a Mountain West baseball team. Portland, of course, a West Coast Conference team. So I'm now just realizing that this is a non-conference matchup here in April, something you rarely see.
It is hard to remember that when all the sports except baseball and football are non-conference. As the 0-2 swing and a miss down in the dirt. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Tabor Fast strikes out Cody on 3 pitches, and there's 1 out here in the 5th inning. That'll bring up Dakota Chun, the third baseman, grounded out to Gavin Roy at second back in the 3rd inning.
Portland, not a team you'd hate to see in the Pac-12 conference if they had a football team, which unfortunately they don't, but
that's the case with Gonzaga. This is the first pitch to Chun, bounced right in front of the plate. McCall throws a second for the force, and it's in time, just barely, but it's in time to get Miller at second. So it's going to be a 1-6 fielder's choice for the second out of the inning, but Chun is aboard at first, and that'll bring up Carter Stewart, the catcher for the Pilots.
Cougs were looking for 2 there, but a smart play there by Northrup. Not trying to do too much. Sits on that ball that kind of skipped up on him from Cam McLeod. Decides to just take 1 instead of electing to go for 2.
So Stewart steps up, grounded out to the first baseman, Shawnsby, back in the 3rd inning. And he calls time and steps out before the first pitch is home. Freshman from Portland, now hitting 220 after coming in hitting 225. First pitch on the way, grounded to short. Northrop has it, throws to second, and he gets away from Roy, going over to third base as Dakota Chun. They're waving him home as the throw gets into right field. Throw to the plate is not in time. Getting all the way to third is Carter Stewart. That'll be an error on the shortstop, and Pilots are on the board, but man, is that costly for the Cougars there on what should have been an easy 3rd out.
And a Cougar defense that has been so solid these last 4 games starts to crack a little just here. An unfortunate play there that would have kept the shutout alive through 5.
Cougars still with the lead. It's now 7-1. Pitching a 1-hitter so far, and that'll bring up the leadoff man, Cody Nidowitz for the Pilots. 0 for 2 on the day. Struck out looking in the first, grounded out to the pitcher, Blatter, in the 3rd. First pitch to him in the 5th is in there for a strike, 0-1. So they have charged an error to the shortstop Northrop on the wild throw. So 1 error apiece now on both sides, and the 0-1 to Nidowitz misses for a ball, 1-1. So it ends up being a 3-base error that's costly for the Cougs, but luckily they had a big lead that they're still in the lead. 1-1 to Nidowitz misses for a ball, 2-1. Fast trying to get out of this inning with minimal damage. 2-1 to Nidowitz. Chopper to short. Northrop has it. A little bit of an easier play this time. Throws to first in time for the out, and the inning is over. So he makes up for the throwing error that allows the Pilots to score. Pilots get a run. No hits. There was an error, and they leave a runner left. Halfway through, we go to the bottom of the fifth. 7-1 Cougars on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse. Yeah.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the bottom of the fifth at Bailey Brayton Field. 7-1 Cougars lead. Brock Cross steps up to the plate in the first pitch to him. Check swing in there for a strike. 0-1. Morgan Cotron on for a second inning of work for the Pilots. Cross 0 for 1 on the day. 0-1 home to him. Outside for ball 1-1. Cross struck out swinging in the first. Walked his last time up in the third. Got all the way over to third on a sac bunt, followed by a sac fly. 1-1 home. In there for a strike. 1-2. Codron looking for his first strikeout, or second strikeout of the day, and his 19th on the season. Here's the 1-2. Liner foul behind the net, behind the plate, and the count remains 1-2.
Cross one of 3 freshmen in this Cougar lineup today, joining Dane Chavez and Mason Perello.
Here's the 1-2. Outside for a ball, 2-2.
Coach Choate has a lot of faith in his young guys.
So it's a 2-2 count on Brock Cross in the pitch. Chopper foul down the third base line, out of place. Still 2-2 on Cross. Cross still looking for the first looking for the first RBI of his career. 2-2 Chopper to short. Kadiyama Stahl has it, throws to first, and it's dropped, but they said dropped on the transfer. Cody dropped it on the transfer, so Cross is out on a 6-3 ground out for the first out. That'll bring up Cam McLeod to the plate. McLeod is 0 for 1 on the day, singled in the first and sack bunt in the third. First pitch to him misses for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 home. Swing and a pop-up. Shallow right field. Coming in is the right fielder. Miller, he makes the catch, and that's the second out of the inning. 2 quick outs for Morgan Codron, and that'll bring up Kyra Northrup here in the bottom of the fifth. Flew out to set. He has 2 flyouts to the center fielder Bean today. He's 0 for 2 on the day. Northup looking to do some more damage. First pitch to him in there for a strike, 0-1. And Codron getting ahead early in counts so far today. A 1 home to Northrop. outside for a ball. 1-1. And the 1-1 home to Northrop. Chopper foul behind the plate. 1-2 on Northrop. One, two to Northrop. Liner pass over the glove of the first baseman, Cody, down the right field line. Northrop holds it first, and he has a single. He has his first hit of the day. So that'll and runners aboard at first for Gavin Roy with 2 outs.
And even though that's Northrop's first hit of the day, some very productive at bats from him today. He had that sac fly in the third, and he hit a rocket to Bean in the first inning that ended up being an out.
First pitch to Roy in there for a strike, 0-1. Roy 1 for 1 on the day, singled to lead off the game for the Cougs in the first. Actually, 1 for 2. Struck out looking in the second, hit by a pitch in the third. So he's been up every inning except the fourth today. As he watches as looks like we had a pickoff attempt to first, back in safely as Northrop. And now the 0-1 home to Gavin Roy. Catches the very top of the zone for strike 2, 0-2 on Gavin Roy. Cauldron looking for a strikeout to end the Cougars' half of the 5th inning here. Here's the 0-2. Swinging a foul over the screen behind home plate and out of play. Still 0-2. Gavin Roy now at 378 on the air. Behind the count 0-2. Here's the pitch. That's outside. Gets away from the catcher, Stewart. Getting into second easily is Kyra Northrop. Now it's a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. That's going to be a wild pitch, and the count's 1-2 on Gavin Roy. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball down the right field line. This is hooking foul. Gavin Roy remains alive. Still 1-2. Roy now looking for a base hit to drive home Kyra Northrop from second base. Next base hit will be the Cougars' 10th hit of the day. Cauldron checking second. Here's the pitch. Checks his swing, and he pulls it back, and it's low for ball 2. 2-2. So after falling behind 0-2, Gavin Roy has worked the count even.
And Roy's been so good in situational at-bats like this. 21 RBIs on the year.
Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Swings right through that one. Comes up empty. That'll end the inning. Cougars get no runs. There was a hit, no errors, and they leave a runner stranded at second base. We go to the 6th. Cougars lead Portland 7-1 on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the top of the sixth here at Bailey Braden Field. Cougars with a 7-1 lead on Portland. Defensive change for the Cougs. Taking over in left field is Matt Priest, who didn't play at all in the Gardner-Webb series or Oregon State. So this is his first game in a while. It's the first pitch to Trey Swigart is swung on a yanked foul down the right field line. It's 0-1, and the scoreboard, the video board, and right down the right field line has broken. Tabor Fast on for a second inning of work after giving up a run, but it was not earned due to the error on Northrop, and he's ahead in the count 0-1 on Swigart. Here's the pitch. Misses. Great catch off the bounce by McLeod. Counts even 1-1.
A tough look for the usually tech-savvy Washington State University here.
1-1 pitch.
Board.
Catches the bottom of the zone. Strike 2, 1 and 2. So Perello's day is done. He finishes 2 for 3 with a double, a single, advance a second on an E9, and a strikeout swing in the fourth. We'll have to find out why he's out here in the sixth. The 1-2 swing and a miss and a pitch in the dirt. McLeod applies the tag on Swigart. He is down on strikes, and there's one gone here in the sixth. That'll bring up
Jason Aldean over the loudspeaker.
That'll bring up Brady Bean, the center fielder for the Pirates today. His mission here that he's probably said for himself, don't hit it to Gavin Roy. He's grounded out to him twice today. First pitch check swing right back to Tabor Fast. Gloves it, throws over to Shawnsby. One pitch, retires Brady Bean, and there's now 2 outs here in the top of the sixth.
And Declan, you can tell a hitter's mad about his at bat when he carries his bat halfway up the first baseline like Brady Bean did right there. Not happy with that check swing.
Yeah, he's had a frustrating day at the plate, to say the least. And that'll bring up Cole Kadayama Stahl as the video board is working again.
Hey.
Kadayama Stahl, 0 for 0 on the day, walked twice, stole a base back in the fourth. First pitch to him in the sixth, misses for a ball, 1-0. Still at 308, looking for his first official at bat of the day. 1-0 misses low for a ball, 2-0. On deck is Jonas Salk if Kadayama Stahl can reach. Fast looking for his third strikeout of the day. Here's a 2-0. Low for a ball, 3-0 on Kadayama Stahl. All of a sudden, Fast in danger of walking CKS on 4 pitches.
CKS, I like that. I wonder if he would like that.
Here's the 3-0. Catches the inside part of the zone for a strike. 3-1. Cougars looking for another 1-2-3 inning. That would be their third. That would be their second of the game. 3-1, chopped right to Shawnsby. Takes it to the bag himself for the out, and the inning is over. Pilots go in order in the top of the sixth. We go to the bottom half. 7-1, Washington State leads on KGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the bottom of the sixth at Bailey Braden Field. Washington State with a 7-1 lead over Portland. It'll be 2-3-4 for the Cougs. Dane Chavez, Max Hartman, Matt Priest to face Morgan Codron on for his third inning of work. Chavez, 1 for 3 on the day, singled in the first, grounded out to third in the second, fly out to center in the third, and first pitch he sees in the sixth, misses for a ball, 1-0. Cougs looking to get some more runs. They need 4 to end it in the top of the seventh. 1-0 swing and a ground ball down the third base line. It's fair. Chavez rounds first, heading for second. He's in there easily with a stand-up double to lead off the sixth inning and a runner in score position immediately for the Cougars.
And as you were saying, 4 runs needed to put it into a mercy rule situation, and that's a great start.
So Chavez with his second hit of the day. He's halfway through the cycle. He's got the single and the double. He's got the easy ones out of the way. Another guy who's halfway to the single, Max Hartman, steps to the plate. He's got a double and a homer this far. Also walked in the second. He's 2 for 2. First pitch to him in the sixth. Misses for a ball. It's 1-0.
I'm excited to see the day I'm on the call with you and somebody hits for the cycle. You're a big cycle guy over there.
Well, Cougars have come close. They just haven't had it this year. And the 1-0 to Hartman, swing and a chopper foul over on the first base side. 1-1.
Let's see if Hartman hits a triple here. That gets you real excited, huh? Only a single to the easiest one left after that.
And that would also give him the national lead in triples. The 1-1 swing and a liner into center field. That's going to get down. Chavez running third, coming into score. Into second, sliding is Max Hartman. It's an RBI single. His third RBI of the day, and it's 8-1 Washington State. What a day Max Hartman is having.
And ladies and gentlemen, I've never seen Declan Curran more devastated by an RBI double as Max Hartman stretches that one out. It is still 2 hits away from the cycle here in the bottom of the seventh.
I mean, I'll take an RBI. Max Hartman's got 3 of them today. So that'll bring up Matt Priest for his first plate appearance of the day. A left-handed hitter. Actually, check that. That's going to be... It's not. It's going to be Trevor Smith stepping into the batter's box. The freshman. So, Priest only out as a defensive substitution, and Trevor Smith fouls the 1-0 pitch over on the first base side. It's 1-1. Smith, Saturday against Gardner Webb, hit his second collegiate home run off the light pole in left field. Trevor Smith, the switch hitter, hitting from the left side against the right-hander Codron. Base hit drives home Hartman, the 1-1, swing and a foul out of play. It's now 1-2.
And unfortunate for Priest, he has to go out and play defense, and Smith gets to come in and do the fun part, huh?
Still no outs here for the Cougars in the bottom of the sixth. 8-1, the Washington State lead. Looking for more. Here's the 1-2. Inside corner, strike 3 call. Down on strikes is Trevor Smith for the first out in the bottom of the sixth. And that'll bring up Dustin Robinson, who has power in his own right. Has no hits to show for it today. 0 for 3, pop out to the shortstop in the first. Ground out to the pitcher in the second. Fly out to right field in the fourth. Looking for his first hit of the day. First pitch to Robinson. Swinging a chopper to first. Up with the ball is Cody. Has it. Takes it to the bag himself for the out. 2 away on the play. Max Hartman goes to third. So it's a productive out as Robinson moves the runner to third, but there are now 2 outs, and that'll bring Ryan Shawnsby to the plate, needing a base hit to extend the Cougar lead. Shawnsby 1 for 2 on the day, hit by a pitch in the first, doubled in the third, and ground out to the first baseman back in the fourth, and he takes the first pitch in the sixth for a strike. It's 0-1. Shawnsby, left-handed hitter. 0-1 chopped foul. It went into fair territory, but it looks like it was fouled Looks like it was fouled off the plate. Count is now 0-2 on Ryan Shawnsby. Fortunate for the Cougs that did not go fair.
Unfortunate for Ryan Shawnsby because fouling balls off yourself is no fun. Let me tell you.
Didn't look like he fouled one off himself there. He wasn't limping. As the 0-2 swing and a grounder through the left side, a base hit. Hartman scores from third. RBI single for Ryan Shawnsby. And it's 9-1 Washington State. And the Cougars need 2 more runs and 3 more defensive outs to end this game early. And what a day for Ryan Shawnsby. He's halfway through the cycle. He's got a double and a single now to go along with reaching base 3 times.
At this rate, then, we don't want a mercy rule. Got to give these guys some more chances at the cycle, huh?
Brock Cross stands in. First pitch to him in there for a strike. 0-1.
And that's the second pitch this inning that looked to be a little outside that Rob Minters called a strike. Hasn't really been there today.
0-1 to Cross. Misses for a ball. 1-1.
He rung up Trevor Smith on that same pitch for the strikeout earlier in the inning. He didn't like that one. Cross shows his dismay with the call on that 0-0 pitch.
1-1. 1-1 is down. Ball 2, 2-1. First collegiate home run by Cross would put the Cougs up by 10, needing 3 outs in the 7th to put this game to bed. 2-1 to Cross, yanked foul in front of the Pirates dugout on the first base side. 2-2. Meanwhile, Curran looking for his fourth strikeout of the day. They've all been swinging strikes so far. And the pitch to Cross is foul, still 2-2. Deuce is wild, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on first. Curran looking to retire the side. Here's the pitch. Outside corner, strike 3 called. Down on strikes is Cross. Curran with his 4th strikeout of the day, and that retires the side for the Cougars. But they get 2 runs on 3 hits. There were no errors, and they leave a runner on at first. We go to the 7th. 9-1 Washington State leads Portland on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the top of the 7th at Bailey Rainfield. Cougars with a 9-1 lead. Defensive changes for the Cougs, moving from right field to left field as Dustin Robinson. Max Hart moves from center field to right field. And Cole Watterson takes over, and Trevor Smith in the number 4 spot in center field. Cougars with a 9-1 lead. Tabor Fast back on for the 7th, and to tell you about it, here's Brendan Doumit.
Thank you, Declan. Tabor Fast once again takes the mound for the top of the 7th. Gets an early strike 1. As Salk swings through the first pitch. That ball's outside for ball 1. So 1-1 count. Tabor Fast having a productive afternoon. 2 innings pitched, 1 unearned. He's looked good here on this early Monday afternoon. Salks grounds it over to third. A diving play, and he gets the out. Dane Chavez showing off the leather over there at third. Nice forehand play there. Gets up, fires it over to Shawnsby to get Salk in time for out number 1.
Yeah, what a play there by Chavez. goes down, dives for it on the grass, and athletic play there. Cougs having everything right going for them today, and there's one out already in the 7th.
So the freshman with a veteran play over at third. And that's a first pitch swing, ground ball up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. Fast. Try to feel it behind his back. Just miss it with his glove. That's going to be a hit.
Yeah, second of the day for Nolan Miller. Second as a team for the Pilots. So Nolan Miller, 2 for 2. Everybody else has yet to have a hit today for the Pilots.
That'll bring up the first baseman. Ground ball over to Shawnsby. Gets one. Fast can't get over in time to first base, but they'll get the lead runner at second.
Yeah, that's going to be a 1-6 fitter's choice. I was wondering why Northrop was taking so long to get the throw back over to first, but it was because Fast took his time getting over to the bag. But yeah, if you're the Cougs, you get the lead runner. Now there's 2 outs here in the 7th, needing only 2 runs in the bottom half to walk this off.
So Leo Cota on first base. First pitch swinging again. That ball's flied into right center field, and that one's going to go for Dakota Chun, the third baseman. Hits a 2-run big fly to make it 9-3 Cougs.
Well, now the Cougs going to need 4 runs. Chun got all of that one. First hit by somebody not named Nolan Miller. Chun actually hit that off of a tree out there in right field between the U and the G and Cougars, and that chased Watterson and Hartman back as far as they could go, but neither of them could get it.
And that one, hardly the exit velocity or height that Max Hartman had on his similar area. That one just squeaks over the wall, and it counts the same, Declan. So 3-9 ball game for Portland here in the top of the 7th as they look to rally. It's worth mentioning they had an 8-run 7th against Gonzaga yesterday in a 12-11 loss.
They did. It was 8 runs, but it wasn't enough. If they get 8 runs here, this would put them in front here.
The catcher Carter Stewart swings through strike 2. So 0-2 for Fast with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Cougs still lead 9-3. Pilots 3 runs on only 3 hits. Coming off that 2-run homer from Dakota Chun. As Carter Stewart fouls off another pitch to stay alive. Fast trying to get through his third. The lefty having a pretty productive day other than that last home run. The 0-2. Fast delivers. Outside corner tries to paint it. McLeod tries to frame it. Home plate umpire Minter doesn't like it. 1-2.
Yeah, McLeod kind of was in a weird stance there. He kind of his left foot was on the outside part of the plate.
Fast throws a slider down and away for ball 2. Left on left matchup here. Catcher Stewart.
And the Cougars do have action in the pen. We got somebody up on the mound. He hasn't started throwing, but there is somebody up on a mound in the bullpen.
And Fast gets him down on strikes, swinging into the glove of McLeod. And that's going to do it for the top of the 7th. Portland gets 2, cut into that Cougar lead. It's now a 6-run lead, 9-3, as we head into the 7th inning stretch here on KUGR, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to KGR, student voice of the Palouse, to the bottom of the 7th. Cougars versus Pilots. Cougs lead 9-3. As we lead it off here, with the catcher Cam McLeod. 1 for 2 on the day, with a sac bunt in the third, an RBI single in the first, and a fly out to right in his last at bat. As he gets down quickly to 0-2. New pitcher on the mound for the Pilots, number 15, Kai Hoskinson.
Yeah, he's a right-hander, a redshirt junior from McMinnville, Oregon. Hasn't played the past 2 years due to injuries, so I'm sure Hoskinson is glad to actually be back on the mound again.
Shout out to my dad, born in McMinnville, Oregon. Nice little town down there. As McLeod lines the 0-2 pitch down the left field line, foul.
The home of Linfield University.
Home of Linfield.
Final line on Morgan Codron. 3 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, all earned, no walks, 4 strikeouts, 52 pitches, 35 strikes.
And another foul ball for McLeod. This one off the first base side.
Hoskinson coming in with a 7.82 ERA, 12 strikeouts, 8 walks on the year, giving up 13 hits. Looking for strikeout number 9 here on McLeod. And the count 0-2.
Another foul ball from McLeod. Staying alive. 4 pitches in this at bat. All strikes. 3 foul balls. 0-2 count. McLeod battling. Here with a 6-run lead in the 7th. Delivery from Hoskinson. Ball down and away. McLeod lives to see another pitch. This one the 6th of the at-bat.
And that's it. There goes the immaculate inning.
McLeod off the end of the bat. Rolls it off the left side of the pitcher's mound. Goes to the shortstop who gets him out in time.
Yeah, because that rolled off the pitcher's mound, it was that play was a lot closer than it would have seemed. McLeod was hustling down that line, and luckily for, he was out, but luckily for him, they got that bounce off the mound, and he was almost able to beat that out. And looks like that'll be the only batter he's going to face. Jeff Loomis is coming out to the mound. We'll see if we have a pitching change.
Looks like Loomis is going to roll with his guy here.
Yeah, Foreman has a guy up and throwing, but it's a pitcher in a sweatshirt just tossing around what looks to be like a football. And yeah, it's a football with one of the catchers down there. And yeah, Jeff Loomis is going to stick with Hoskinson for the moment.
And I don't blame Jeff Loomis for going out there with the day Kyler Northrop's having. Just 1 hit on the day, but 3 super productive at bats.
And has an RBI on the day so far today too.
As he takes strike 1 on a fastball down the middle. So to Northrop, trying to add a second hit to his collection today. As he takes a changeup for strike 2.
His hit back in the 5th inning was hit number 30 for him. So exactly 30 hits on the year for him. Still looking for the first homer.
The 0-2, slider down and away. One-two count to the sophomore. Hoskinson working from the stretch, looks in, fires. That ball's down. Good eye from Northrop. That one was close. So a 2-2 now. Hoskinson deals. Swung hit hard again by Northrop. That one's right to the shortstop, Kadiyama Stahl, who makes his second put out of the inning.
Yeah, Northrop hustling down the line, but CKS was able to get it hit right to him and throw to first to beat Northrop to the line. And barring a bottom of the ninth, Northrop is going to finish 1 for 4 with 2 flyouts to center, but he had an RBI on the day.
And that's just proof why stats don't mean everything, Declan, because even though Northrop has a 1-for-3 day, because he actually did have a sack fly to center in the third,
Yep.
a 1-for-3 day, but 4 just super well hit balls today for Kylo Northrop. Got to feel happy going into the clubhouse after this one. So we go back to the top of the order. It's Gavin Roy still in the ball game. One of the starters who hasn't gotten pulled yet. And he works his way to a 1-1 count with 2 outs and nobody on in the bottom of the 7th. Chops one over to the third. Chun, who just hit that homer in the top half of the inning, fires. Short hops his first baseman, who makes the pick. Nice play there from Cota. And that's going to be the end of the 7th inning as Roy's retired on a 5-3 ground ball. So no runs, no hits for the Cougs in that inning. Still lead 9-3. Heading into the top of the 8th. We'll be back with you shortly. This is KUGR Sports Radio, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
Welcome back to KGR Sports Network. We're here in the top of the 8th inning for our afternoon matinee non-conference game here in the middle of April. A blustery day, kind of overcast here in Pullman, Washington. It's absolutely pouring in the late morning. Game got moved back an hour. That's why we're still here. Game was supposed to be going on at noon. Got pushed back to 1:05. Now here we are at the top of the 8th. Rylan Hyder taking the mound for the Cougs in a 9-3 ball game. The Submariner looking to close this one out to cap off what would be a 5-game win streak for the Cougs. As he delivers strike one. Back to the top of the order for the Pilots. This is going to be Cody Niedowitz.
Final line on Tabor fast. 3 innings, 2 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, 37 pitches, 24 strikes. Hyder 6.41 1 ERA, 17 strikeouts, 7 walks.
Hyder, the Submariner, fires that one in. Fouled off by Niedowitz off to the left side. Niedowitz, the lefty. Hyder comes set in the stretch. Delivers. Just off the outside corner. Makes it 2-2. That one looked good, Declan, but once again, those Submariners, ball's coming in from an angle like that. Looks like he just missed the corner.
Yeah, I thought that looked pretty good too, but the plate umpire disagreed on that one. Rob Minter has been kind of tough with his strike zone over these last few innings.
Hyder fires again. That one once again fouled off by Niedowitz off to the left side. So the count remains 2-2. Hyder trying to get off to a hot start here to start the top of the 8th. Delivers. Breaking ball down and away. Makes the count full to Cody Niedowitz. who's 0 for 3 on the day. Backwards K in the first. Ground out back to the pitcher in the top of the third.
Switch hitter hitting from the left side against the right-hander.
And that's going to be strike 3 call. Niedowitz not happy. Hyder gets the leadoff man. And that's big for the Cougs. Just 5 outs to get now in this ball game.
That is big. Yeah, Niedowitz was not happy. I gotta say, I don't blame him. That kind of looked outside, and boy, Rob Minter's strike zone has definitely changed since the start of this game. And Cougs might not even need 5 outs if they can get 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th.
Minter's been pretty solid up till this point, but yeah, definitely a little change in the zone here in the last inning or so. We saw Trevor Smith go down looking on a couple of breaking balls that hadn't been strikes earlier in the ball game. So that brings up the 2-hitter Trace Swigart, who fouls one off to the left side. And on the second pitch, fires one to Kyler Northrup at short, who goes across to Shonsby for out number 2. So the first 2 batters Ryland Hyder has faced are retired as he comes in to face the top of the order.
If he can get Brady Bean on 1 pitch, Hyder will finish this inning under 10 pitches. He's needed 8 pitches to get 2 outs.
So up comes the righty Brady Bean. Tough matchup for him with that arm angle of Hyder. He fires one in for strike 1.
Bean has definitely been the unluckiest player on the Pilots today. Grounded to Gavin Roy twice today, and then his last at bat had a check swing right back to Tabor Fast.
Hyder fires a slider way outside, evens it up at 1-1. McLeod setting up outside for the 1-1 pitch. Delivery from Hyder. Another check swing from Bean. That's how he got out on the last at bat. A ground out to the pitcher, Tabor Fast.
Yeah, luckily for him, he was
that one fouled off.
Yeah, luckily for him, that one was able to go foul for him, because I know he would have slammed his helmet down in the dugout in frustration if he would have gone right back to the pitcher again.
Hyder fires one in. Dean Chavez makes a stop, throws it across, and he gets the out. Another highlight play for Dean Chavez. My goodness.
Chavez showing off the defense today, looking like a gold glover out there at third base, and Brady Bean is frustrated on that one. He looked like he was going to make a save signal. Obviously thought he was safe, but it looks like the throw beat him there by a step, and boy, what defense Dean Chavez has had today.
An unbelievable play from Chavez. Diving backhand stop down the third baseline, gets up and fires a one-hopper to Shonsby for out number 3 to get the speedy center fielder Bean out. So that's going to do it for the top of the 8th. A 1-2-3 inning for Ryland Hyder as we move to the bottom half. Cougs with a 6-run lead, 9-3. We'll be back with you shortly on KUGR Sports Radio, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
On we go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Cougars up 9-3 here with 3 outs to get, but they want to add some insurance runs here to increase that lead. And on comes Trey Newman for the Portland Pilots, who started a couple games this year, now coming on out of the bullpen. Most recently pitched at Gonzaga, went 3 2/3, gave up 8 hits and 6 earned. As the man of the hour, Dane Chavez, comes up to start off the 8th inning. Into the top of the 8th, that spectacular defensive play over at third. Backhanded a ground ball up the line and threw it across.
Tall righty.
Third out.
Tall righty. Trey Newman, 6'6", junior, right-hander from Medford. .549 ERA, 41 strikeouts, 10 walks. Final line on the previous pitcher, Hoskinson, 1 inning, no hits, no runs, no earned. 15 no walks, no strikeouts, 15 pitches, 11 strikes.
Newman curves one in there for strike 2 to Chavez.
Fun fact about Newman that's not so good for WSU. Newman got his first collegiate win against WSU the last time these teams played, April 17, 2024 here in Pullman. 5 complete innings, gave up 5 hits, an earned run with a walk, and a career high 9 strikeouts against the Cougs back in 2024.
That's a great stat. Chavez check swings through strike 3. He goes down swinging. Newman gets out number 1 on his first batter faced.
But that actually was not – that performance for Newman was not with University of Portland. It was with the Cal Golden Bears. He was 2024 at Cal and 2025 at TCU, so third school in 3 years for Trey Newman.
So the journeyman Newman back up on the mound to face Max Hartman, who's having himself a day at the plate. Spins one in there for ball 1. That one's low. Hartman, 3 for 3 today. 2 doubles, a home run, and a walk. He scored 4 times for the Cougars, 9 runs, and he's got 3 RBIs.
Yeah, I went too far on that check swing there. That was a check swing, and effect to the umpire at third said he went too far on that one. Hartman, the only Cougar thus far to reach base all 4 times at the plate.
The 1-1 delivery from Newman. Fouled off. So Hartman behind in this count, 1-2. We'll see what he can do with 2 strikes.
And I know Portland would like to get him off the bases, not allow him to get on base again.
As we mentioned earlier in this game, Hartman hit what will likely be the furthest hit home run at Bailey Brayton all season. So he grounds one over to the second baseman. That's going to be an easy put out. So Hartman finally retired for the first time today.
I mean, it could be, but the one that Shawnsby hit on Saturday was a no-doubter too. That one might have had a little more distance, and unfortunately, we don't have the distance on the home run from Hartman. But you can make a case that could be the longest one. Shawnsby hit a no-doubter to right field back on Saturday, which those are probably the 2 longest homers here at BBF this year.
It'd be nice if we had that tech. So up comes another pitch hitter. This is number 7, Cole Watterson. First pitch swinging, flies one out to right field. And that's a can of corn for the right fielder, Nolan Miller. So 3 up, 3 down for the Cougs in the bottom half of the 8th, but only 3 outs to get. As they're up by 6 runs, they lead 9-3. Heading into the top of the 9th, it'll be Declan Curran back on the call for your 9th inning. And on comes the closer. This is KUGR Sports Radio, the student voice of the Palouse.
You're listening to Cougar Baseball on KUGR.
We go to the top of the ninth inning. Cougars 3 outs away from victory. Rylan Hyder stays on. He'll face CKS. Cole Kadiyama started to lead off the ninth inning. First pitch to him misses outside for a ball, 1-0. CKS today 0 for 1 on the day. First official at bat was in the 6th inning. Unassisted ground out to the first baseman. Seansby watches the 1-0 hit the inside corner for a strike, 1-1. 3 outs away from victory here. 3 outs away from victory for the Mariners, too, trying to complete the 4-game sweep of the Astros up 6-2 in the top of the ninth. Rylan Hyder looking for the 6-out save, the 1-1 outside, ball 2, 2-1. The star of the day for the Pilots is in the hole. That's Nolan Miller. He will be due up third in this inning. 2-1 pitch to CKS. Swung on foul at the net behind the plate. 2-2. Hyder looking for a second strikeout.
Pitching staff for WSU has been phenomenal today. Ladder, Fast, and now Hyder.
2-2. Liner into right field. This is going to hang up and drops in front of the right fielder Hartman, who misplays it. CKS rounds first, heading to second. Because of the misplay, he's able to get into second. I would assume that would be a single and an error, or they'll just give him a straight double. But either way, Kadiyama Stahl reaches base for the 3rd time today. That brings up Jonas Salk, and they're going to give him, looks like they're going to give him just a straight double on that one. So, first hit of the day for Kadiyama Stahl, and he's aboard at second. Runner scoring position, no outs. Jonas Salk comes to the plate, 0 for 3 on the day. Takes the first pitch he sees in the ninth for a strike, 0-1.
And the only other hitter not named Miller to have a base hit for the Pilots today.
Is Dakota Chun.
Or that's, never mind, Dakota Chun had a home run. My apologies.
And the 0-1 to Salk, low for a ball, 1-1. Hyder looking to get 3 outs and leave CKS stranded at second. Check second. Here's the 1-1. Swinging a fly ball down the right field line, out of play. Into the Pilots bullpen, 1-2. And the sun starting to break through the clouds just a little bit more. What there was of rain has left, and they have given Kadiyama Stahl a single and an E9 on Hartman. So that is the second error on Washington State today.
And if you were here at 11 o'clock this morning, you would be absolutely stunned with the weather we have at Bailey Braden right now. The fact that there is sun out is an absolute miracle.
Salk is up with a 2-2 count, kind of like the game last Saturday. It was back and forth. It was back and forth rain. The 5th inning was a downpour. The 2-2 down the middle for strike 3. Hyder with his second strikeout of the day sits down Jonas Salk for the first out in the top of the ninth, and that'll bring up Nolan Miller, the threat of the day for the Pilots.
Yeah, 2 for 2 with a walk. On base every time.
Yeah, 2 singles and a walk, and scored on the throwing error by Northrop back in the 5th inning. First pitch to him is low for a ball, 1-0. On deck is Leo Cody. And then Dakota Chun. Cougs would like to not have to face Dakota Chun. Hyder checks second. Here's the 1-0. Inside almost hits Miller for ball 2, 2-0.
Cougs playing for outs here. Not super concerned with Kadiyama Stahl at second base at all. That's what happens when you build up a 6-run lead early.
Pilots need a whole lot of base runners to get the tying run to the plate. The 2-0 swing and a foul straight back to the net. Over on the Cougar side, third base dugout. 2-1 now. The count on Nolan Miller. average down to 260. Average up to 263. Came in hitting 247. Hyder looking for the strikeout. Here's the 2-1. Inside almost hits Miller again. It's now 3-1 on Miller.
Not the count you want to be in with a guy who's having the day that he is.
Hyder checks second, the 3-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. On a pitch low in the zone. The count is now full. Second full count that Miller has faced today. He faced the full count in the 5th, ended up walking.
That was a great change up there from Hyder on 3-1.
Let's see what he goes with here on the full count pitch. The payoff. Just misses inside, ball 4. Miller is aboard for the 4th time today. 2nd time he's walked. So it's now 1st and 2nd with 1 out for Leo Cody, and all of a sudden the Cougs can end this game with a double play. Cody steps up, 0 for 3 on the day, had a fielder's choice in the 7th, scored on the 2-run homer by Dakota Chun. First pitch swung on foul to the net and over. It looked like it was going to get over the net in the stands, but it falls right behind the plate. 0-1 on Cody. Hyder looking for his 3rd strikeout of the day. Here's the 0-1. Check swing, pulls back and takes low for a ball. It's 1-1. On deck, Dakota Chun. The Cougs would like to keep him there. Sun starts to break through again. Check at second. Here's the 1-1. Swinging a grounder to second. Roy has it on to first for 1. Over to first, not in time for 2. But the Cougs get the runner at second, and they're now an out away from victory. Cougs were trying to turn the double play there. That one took a little bit of time to get to Gavin Roy, and as a result, it wasn't in time to get the out at first.
And Declan, if Nolan Miller slides there, he might be safe. Kind of shuffled his feet, tried to stop his sprint. It slowed him down, and Roy barely got him. That could be a big play here if Portland continues to hit.
Last hope for the Pilots. Dakota Chun, the freshman from Honolulu. 1 for 2 on the day with a home run back in the 7th inning, his last time up. First pitch to him. Catches the inside part of the zone for strike 0-1. On the play. Kadiyama Stahl goes to 3rd. So a runner at 3rd and 2 outs and an 0-1 count on Chun. Cougars looking for the win and their 5th straight victory. The 0-1 way outside for a ball, 1-1. McLeod reaching out to get that one. Already seen 1 run scored on a wild pitch today, but that was a Washington State runner that scored. As the 1-1 swing and a fly ball foul in front of the concession stand, 1-2. Cougs now a strike away from victory. Meanwhile, in Seattle, it is over. Mariners have completed the 4-game sweep of the Houston Astros, winning today 6-2. They win 4 in a row, and they head to San Diego for 3 games starting tomorrow. Business to take care of here. The 1-2 count on Dakota Chun. Here's the pitch.
Speaking of win streaks, Cougs on a 4-game win streak themselves. 1 strike away from a 5th. Their longest of the season.
Didn't get it there. That 1-2 missed low. It's now even 2-2. Looking for the victory. Here's the 2-2. Just misses out inside. Full count 3-2 with Carter Stewart, the Portland catcher, in the on-deck circle. This is the... Stewart has only had 2 plate appearances today. The payoff. Grounded to first. This should do it. Shawnsby takes it to back himself in time for the out, and that's the ball game. Cougars pick up the victory today. That's now 5 in a row. and they are now 2 games over 500 as they head on the road for a week. They will not be back home until next Tuesday, the 21st at 6 o'clock against Gonzaga. They head to St. George, Utah to take on Utah Tech on Tuesday, first pitch at 5:05 Pacific. Then they head to Vegas to take on UNLV 6:05 Friday, Saturday, 12:05 Sunday. Cougars with a 9-3 victory, and boy, Brendan, the Washington State offense just had a day today, especially in the first inning.
Story of the day, 5 hits in the first inning, Declan. They finished with 12, 5 of those coming in the first inning, and just some big-time clutch hits there in the first. All four guys who started off the first inning ended up scoring. Roy scored, Chavez scored, Hartman scored, and Perello scored. Hartman and Perello both hitting doubles in that inning. So, yeah, a huge first inning, gave them all the momentum, and they just rolled all the way through this ball game.
Yeah, a couple of great defensive plays by Dane Chavez, too. And Brock Blatter throwing a season high in innings, went 4 innings.
Huge start for Brock Blatter today. Yep.
As he's going to get the win. He goes to 1-1 on the season. Aaron Lewis gets the loss, 2-2. Cougs will finish with 9 hits, 9 runs, 12 hits, 2 errors, 7 left on base. Portland will finish with 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 error, 5 left on base. Time of this game was 2 hours and 23 minutes with an hour delay at the start.
Quick one today.
In front of 672 very brave and happy Washington State Cougar fans. Looking ahead for Portland, they will have 3 days off before their next game. They host San Francisco over the weekend, 6 o'clock on Friday, 3 o'clock Saturday, and 1 o'clock Sunday. And then they will head down to Richfield to take on the Washington Huskies at 6 o'clock next Tuesday. As Portland with the loss is going to fall to 20-14, and that is now 4 straight losses for Portland since beating Oregon. So 4 straight losses for Portland, 5 straight for Washington State. They'll look to make it 6 when they take on Utah Tech on Tuesday at 5:05 Pacific time. You can watch that game on ESPN Plus. Our next broadcast, Cougar Baseball, will be Tuesday the 21st. Cougars take on Gonzaga at 6:05 p.m. here at Bailey Braden Field. But that'll do it for us today. For Brendan Doumit and our entire crew, Declan Curran saying so long from Bailey Braden Field, where once again the Cougars behind 4 runs in the bottom of the first and 4 innings from Brock Blatter beat Portland 9-3 here on Monday afternoon, and have now won 5 in a row. Until next time, so long from Bailey Braden Field. You've been listening to Washington State Baseball on KJR, the student voice of the Palouse.